Good evening, everyone, and happy holidays. Yes, you can see it's about the happiest I've been this whole holidays right now.
Yay, jolly.
Yes.
We were jolly on today.
Yeah. Welcome to Artifacts Worldswide's Lands of Aecathan, where a group of people, some might say have played D&D way too much, decide that they don't care and play D&D a little bit more. And that would be all of us.
Yeah, I forgot to get on the twits.
Oh,
Twitters.
yes. Oh.
So well, I shall do that while you speak.
Okay. As we are rapidly approaching the end of the year, this being the second to last program of 2020, Nikki informed me just a few minutes ago, this is our 26th week.
Yeah, boys and girls.
So we've been doing this for half a year at this point. And we've only really missed one show that we haven't made up. So that's pretty good.
Yeah. Pretty good.
But so don't have any real announcements tonight, but I do want to give you a quick update on how Mike is doing. So Pam?
Mike's doing really well. Surgery was on Friday. And then he actually was discharged from the regular hospital today and moved down to their inpatient rehab facility. That's great.
Yes, that's fantastic.
I think that we've got 2 weeks there. So we'll see if he makes it back for the show on the 5th. We might be home, whether or not he's up to playing. But I know he really misses the game. So if at all possible and we're home, then he will be back in 2 weeks. 3 weeks at the latest, but hopefully back on January 5th with us.
And there he is in the Twitch chat. Says, hello, kids.
So.
Hi, Dad.
He is not my dad.
He's not my dad either. That would be creepy.
Right?
Right. But, all right. Well, good to hear.
Yes.
So tonight is going to be very interesting. It's the first dungeon crawl of the campaign, and it's my first attempt at doing a dungeon crawl in 5th edition. I have written them many, 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 many times for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, but this will be my first one for 5th. So
yay, we're so looking forward to it.
And no one talks about 4th edition. We just pretend it doesn't exist.
No, it's the Highlander sequel of Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. But true.
We it's the quickening of D&D. We just pretend it didn't happen. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it, and let me officially welcome you back to the lands of Aecathan. And welcome back. So last week, assisting Zorith's mentor Obrus and his associate Indrus, they ventured back down into the strange, seemingly transplanted from the Everwood Grove beneath the formerly haunted warehouse in the southwestern desert city of Thunder's Edge. There, they discovered that it does in fact have the same magic warping properties as the Everwood, as pretty much everyone found out in one way or another. But Oberus was able to begin the process of transplanting those trees and bushes back to where they were originally taken from. And after a couple days, they were able to complete that, during which time you all prepared to leave Thunder's Edge and accompany Oberus, Indrus, and their valets into the Everwood, where Oberus has become convinced lies some sort of something that could very well be the power source, the reason for the Everwood. And upon arriving at the camp, which they have made in the clearing where they opened,
that's right.
They opened everything up to transplant the grove into, they immediately said, well, we've got 3 places to check out, and since we can now split into 3 teams, we can do it at the same time. So they let you pick which direction you wanted to go. They took the other 2, and you set off. And for probably a good half the day, you were traveling north into the thick of the Everwood. You did encounter, once again, a representative of the intelligent shrubberies.
Well, you represent the intelligent shrubs. The intelligent shrubs. Sorry.
Athgarr, who is accompanying you to help safeguard you while Araman is on assignment, discovered that by polymorphing himself into one of them after closely examining one, he was actually able to communicate with it on a kind of a rudimentary level, if you will.
Oh,
That was even worse. But so much better.
And
Mike will have
discovered,
words for that.
yes, and discovered that there is a root network that all of the shrubs of the Everwood are part of. And Athgarr was able to communicate the basics of what you're wanting to do here. And for the rest of your trip, the shrubberies actually guided you, almost corralled you to a specific point. And they helped you find a particular clearing. After you entered it, however, the ground gave way.
Yep, that's right.
And you found yourselves dropped into a rather interesting
Predicament.
hollow, I guess is the best way to describe it. And from there, you were able to see a particular tunnel leading down.
And we've not done anything yet.
That was as far as you'd gotten.
What time of day is it?
It's mid-afternoon, but the only light you can see is what little is filtering down from the hole you fell through.
only 2 people fell, right?
Yes.
It was Athgarr and Zori.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're standing up and kind of... Athgarr looks up and says, We seem to have found something.
Weird.
And ow.
Should we... I know we're about to go into this super dark and nasty place. Should we tell somebody or should we save our... Should we
No.
save our spells for later?
I think we should send back to your person.
Oberus?
Yeah, Oberus.
What level spell is that?
Oh, please. I think it's 3rd level.
Oof. Brrr.
Yep. It is indeed a 3rd level spell. But I mean, that's really the only way to tell anybody,
I know.
and we probably should.
What do you think, Aribell?
I would think he'd be able to locate us, right? If he needed to. Or
How?
he could message you.
I don't know if he would.
3rd level.
I know, right?
Yeah, it's probably worth it.
Okay.
Okay. 25 words. You know what you want to say?
Oberus,
Mm-hmm.
this is...
Mm-mm. Oberus, Tasha here.
She already did it. Let her go.
Aw.
Tasha. We found
A tomb?
The stream stopped.
Yep, it's back.
Oh. Sorry.
a hidden tunnel.
Going to investigate?
Going to investigate. If we aren't back by dinner, come get us. Tasha.
And let's see what happens to Tasha.
Oh no. Oh my god.
Rack!
Oh, frack.
So all of our spells that we're about to do in this stupid tunnel. Oh yay, dungeon crawl with no spells!
Well,
Yay!
we're still using the spells. We just might be plants.
I don't want to be a potted plant.
How long do you
change
stay
back.
hot? Tid.
At least you change back.
I don't want blue feather beards.
You just sneeze those off.
You
Yeah.
hear, whoa, whoa! And you see Athgar's looking around a little strangely. And then he closes his eyes and concentrates for a second and floats up out of the hole.
Oh, lovely levitate. That's nice.
My spell caused him to levitate?
Yes. Would you care for a lift down?
Well, sure.
And step onto my boots.
No, okay.
And he just... and he's actually moving horizontally as well as vertically, so he's flying.
Oh, flying.
Yes.
Even better.
And then he comes back up to get Aribell. And brings her down.
Does this happen
Strangely,
on cantrips? I can't remember.
here, yes. Now, Tasha, you know how the sending spell works. You've used it before. Oberst didn't reply.
Okay.
It probably didn't work.
It was
Bollocks.
worth a shot. It really was, because
I mean, I do have fly, so maybe that's what happened instead. Oh well. Okay, so now I remember to be a little more reticent to do a spell, I guess.
I don't know.
Careful. Something. Anyway, well, I look at Athgarr and say, "You want to get Aribell too?"
He did.
He did.
Oh, okay. Well then, let's check this out. I mean, we just have to be careful.
What time did you say? Mid-afternoon or late afternoon?
Mid-afternoon.
Okay.
Like 2-ish,
Like 3-ish.
3-ish. Okay.
All right.
Do you want to do some kind of order?
Take out my sword and
I will also take out maybe my crossbows. My crossbow. Some of my daggers right now. Yeah, crossbow.
I will take out my sword.
all right.
You want to go first, Aribell?
Yeah, probably a good idea.
I'll go last.
We'll be in the middle somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I would like to cast the spell.
You sure?
Like everything's gonna be like, are you sure? Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I would like to cast Aid.
Okay.
Last for, and I'm gonna cast it at. Oh, never mind. I'm not.
Oh, all right. Draft.
You
Yeah,
could
it's
take
not-
all of them.
I thought I could cast it at the next higher level, but I can't, and so it's not worth it.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
All right. So, let's go ahead and bring up the map.
Well, yeah. I see nothing. Oh no, we're gonna die.
I mean, probably.
I mean, yeah.
We do have potions.
And the healer's
What?
and my
Am I on
healer's
the right? Oh,
You'll have
Okay.
to you'll have to scroll to the right if you're looking at your own copy of Roll
oh,
20.
to the right. Okay, yeah, I
Yes.
was totally not there. Sorry.
Hi, Merlin.
Right. Maybe I will refresh my screen.
And make sure you're all the way up at the top.
Okay. I don't see it yet, but I'm waiting for my computer, but that's okay. I don't want to hold us back anymore.
The tunnel leads into a
There we are.
leads to another hole. Yes. And what are you using for light? Because at this point, there is none.
Well, I know Tasha has light as a cantrip, but that is also spells. Oh, we have torches and stuff, though.
Yeah. Torch.
All right.
Torch.
Oh, I have a lantern.
Oh, is that a fancy lantern?
It's a bullseye.
Oh, so that is a fancy lantern.
So I get the lantern out and I light that puppy up.
Bullseye meaning that you can adjust the lens to make it wide and small.
It can cast a bright light and a 60-foot cone and dim light for an additional 60 feet. Once lit, it burns for 6 hours on a flask of oil.
Okay.
Ta-da!
All right.
60-foot cone and dim light for additional 60 feet. Ooh, okay.
Well.
Oh, but that's
you-
bright light. Do we want to go through a dungeon with bright light?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. I'm just checking.
I would like to see the monsters.
True, but they can see us too. So I was just
Well-
mentioning.
You light the lantern, and it allows you to see a little bit further.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see there is a chamber beneath you made of cut stone. And there is a hallway that continues on in the direction of the upper hallway you're in. And then it appears to bend off to the right.
So how far down is the drop?
About 10 feet.
Oh.
That's not bad.
No.
Shall we
If
drop
you
out?
if you climb down and hang from the lip, you'll end up dropping 4 feet.
All right.
Or Athgarr could fly you down because he still has fly.
Let's do that.
Okay. All right. Well, he basically positions himself halfway to the floor and lets people use him as sort of a staircase or a ladder down.
Okay.
Athgarr gets hugs on the way down.
It's probably the most hugs he's gotten in a while.
I don't know. He's the son of the lord of the city. He probably gets all the hugs he wants.
Okay.
Yes, but
Be-
they're likely never intended. There's probably never the right emotion behind them.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
We gave Athgarr a hug last week.
Yep.
Or week before.
And
He's
so
fine with our hug.
you drop down into this chamber.
Mm-hmm.
You see behind you, it looks like there once was a tunnel that went the opposite direction, but it's completely caved in.
Okay. I'm writing.
The one thing you immediately notice as you step down on the floor is the 3 inches of dust covering the floor, which immediately puffs into the air. I need everyone to make a Constitution save.
Oh, dude.
Who's next to me?
Myself or
Uh,
Athgarr, probably.
Zorith, it looks like.
Is that the only person within 10 feet of me?
Tasha's right on the edge.
If you're within 10 of me, you'll get +5 on your save.
Oh, no, I take that back because those are, yeah. Zorith's the only one that's within 10 feet of you.
Which kind was it?
Constitution.
Ugh.
22.
21.
17.
All right. You all immediately manage to put something up over your mouth. You're still coughing a little, but you can breathe. But you figure if the whole place is going to be like this, it's going to be problematic.
Like we should affix something over our faces so we don't get all dusty, or
Yeah.
Out and make a makeshift mask.
All right. So
yeah.
Athgarr sees what you're doing and immediately follows suit.
Yep. I
Hmm.
take a bit of cloth and wrap it around my face and my nose.
You all now look like bandits.
I've been a bandit sort of
I
thing.
suppose.
lately.
I suppose I look like one too.
A little bit.
Yes.
Extremely well dressed bandit.
Just amused that even in 2020 in a dungeon we need our masks.
Yes.
Right.
Just a healthy reminder: wear your masks.
Right. Frickety frick fricks. I talked to somebody today who was in the hospital for 4 weeks. No, sorry. Wow. I was writing for 7 days. Completely. I was writing the word for. So, yeah. Be careful, everybody.
Yep. All right. So, what would you like to do?
What do we see in front of us?
You see a hallway leading out of this room, and it bends off to the right a little bit. The hallway seems to be narrower. It looks like it's only about maybe 6.5 feet wide.
Ugh.
Um,
That's not too bad.
Well, I mean, I feel like we should at least check everything out, look for hidden doors, that kind of thing.
All right. If you want to search for hidden doors, make a search check.
I do.
Or perception. Or investigation, actually, since you're
Eek.
actively looking.
I mean, sure.
I like perception better.
I know you do.
3. I
Uh,
like perception better.
Which one?
Investigation.
15.
Yeah, that's what Athgarr got as well.
17.
All right. You don't find anything strange or unusual
Okay.
about the area, nothing that seems out of place.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess just keep going forward then. Can we go forward any farther, or do we
Yeah.
have to turn right? Oh, okay.
Well, the hallway turns to the right,
Okay.
and that's the one hallway you see in front of you.
Guess we're going to the right then.
On
We
that
cannot worship the god of left right now.
Nope. All right, let's see. Okay. As you make the bend to the right and shine your lantern down, you see that the hallway continues about another 50 feet or so before turning to the right again. It widens out a little bit, and halfway down this hallway, you see an opening on the left.
Does it feel like we're going at an angle or a slant, or does it feel like we're staying at the same elevation?
Roll perception. If you were a dwarf, you wouldn't have to roll.
21.
You think maybe there is the slightest bit of downward slant to the floor, but if it's there, it's incredibly slight.
Okay. All right, keep going.
All right. So you get to halfway down the corridor. And you look to the left and you see a very short hallway, little over 10 feet, that opens into a T intersection going off to the left and the right. Plus, there is the hallway continues and then bends to the right again
I would point to the left.
over here.
Yeah.
Right. I would point to this one because if we're right here, that one's going to be the first one we come to, and I don't want anything sneaking up on us.
So make a left and then another left. Because when faced with a choice,
Always left.
always left.
Well,
Which it looks like it might go back up the way we came, but we don't want to.
Hmm?
We have to clear
Yeah.
the whole map, right? So
you see that the hallway then bends again in both directions.
so the top piece.
You think here?
Yeah.
I'm following her. She's leading.
All right.
Imperial. Sorry.
Oh shoot! Sorry, that was my phone. Sorry. Oops.
Okay. So what do we see through that hole?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Ooh.
I feel like Jeff trying to kill us in a Santa hat is a little.
I know. Unfortunately, he also knows
It's
about
just another day.
he also knows about the god of left too. So he's like, "Well, I'm assuming they're gonna go left first. So let's kill him in the first room, and then we won't have to do the rest of this."
At least Airman won't have. Mike won't have to make a new character.
That's true. All right, girl, I'm following you.
All right. So we're going around the corridor, and looks like it's going to go back down a little bit.
Yep. It turns 90 degrees to the right.
Okay. So do we.
All right. Hold, please. I must scroll down now. Okay. You see The hallway goes another 20 feet or so and then appears to open up into some sort of chamber.
Question. Is the dust here the same as what it was up there?
Yes.
Or is it a little less?
No,
What's
it's
the
the same.
Okay. I don't know. What do you think? Should we stick to the left hand? Is that here a corner? Is this
It's a
like
room, right, that we can't see greater than the cone?
Yes. And you can see another doorway on the opposite side of the room leading to something else.
So if we go in the room, kind of we'll be able to angle it around to get a look at the whole room, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Aribell, that would mean you probably have the lantern, or are we gonna have Tasha? Yeah.
Because Tasha's in the... Yeah, I thought
Yeah,
I
it
had
makes
it.
sense for you to have the lantern for sure.
Yeah.
That's what I presumed. So I'll step in and try and get the lay of the room.
All right.
I'll
Hold,
look
please.
over her shoulder.
There we go.
Oh, hey. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Do we have the ability to move ourselves? We do not. Okay.
I don't think so.
No, that's okay. Because I'm not sure. Would she step out that far, or would she be where Tasha is? I don't know. Aribell, I'm asking. Sorry.
I wanted to see the whole room, so however far I'd have to come in is as far as I would go.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Got it.
So then,
But it's fine.
it would look more like this.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah.
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 All right. This room, you're guessing, looks like it might have been some sort of ready room. There are stone benches along this wall and racks along both walls here in the opposite corner, where perhaps weapons once hung. And I would need everybody to roll perception, please.
Okay.
$23.
18.
30, 20.
All right. You all notice that there appear to be grooves in the dust. Not all the way to the floor, like your footsteps, but about 1-inch grooves that go from wall to wall, and they almost look like footprints.
That go from wall to wall.
Yep. You
A
count
groove in the
quickly.
dust. So like a track in the dust.
And you count quickly, and there seem to be 4.
4 sets of footprints.
I want to go to the wall where they end and check there for a door, a secret door.
Me too.
All right.
I'll
Investigate.
help. Can I help Tasha?
Well,
Or not really?
Yeah,
yes,
we'll come
you
in.
can help. Ahriman's going, or Athgar's going to go look at the weapon racks. And yes, the two of you can.
So how
Look
much help
together.
do you give me?
You get
When I-
advantage.
Oh, okay. I see.
Both you guys take that.
And Zorith, what are you doing?
I'll stand there, but I'm keeping an eye on that open doorway.
Okay. I'll move you over there a little bit so you can see right through it.
Crossbow at the ready.
22.
22. Near as you can tell, there are no secret doors.
I look up to see if I can see like anything that swings or I look to see where there might be like tracks in the door, like holes and in the walls. You know, like I search both walls, like on either side, for any signs of anything.
You don't really see anything out of the ordinary.
Ooh.
Everyone make another perception check.
Okay.
They're both good. 25.
23.
Everyone?
Yes.
Ooh, I see nothing. 6. I'm really focused on that door. Unless that's where the door stuff comes out of, then I will be really focused on the above that door.
Nope.
Oh, good.
Which means that you're the only one who doesn't see.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Like wormy things.
You see these creatures float through the wall. They look like robed skeletons, except that they're limbed in this ever-changing energy. And I need you to all roll initiative.
Okay.
Woo! Not horrible.
Horrible at all.
Hey. Let me know when you want it.
Go ahead, Tasha.
20.
Aribell
19.
and Zorith.
18.
Hey! Look at us.
I know, right?
Athgarr?
All right. No,
Yeah, Athgarr.
Athgarr got an 8.
I was
Ooh.
close.
So, Zorith, you will not be able to act this round as you are surprised.
Surprise! Surprise!
You see them wade through the wall in front of you, but you don't see the one that came in directly behind you.
Oh
Right.
no.
Actually, so I guess you wouldn't be surprised. You just don't realize there's one behind you. You can see the two in front of you.
I would actually be looking at that door still. So there's one next to me and then two behind me, right?
And one off to your right that came in next to Athgarr.
Okay, so that's probably the only one I would see.
Right.
Okay, got it.
So, Tasha,
Poopity dupersons.
you're up first.
How far away are they from us?
Oh, melee range.
Okay.
They drifted right into melee.
I hit them with a sword.
Oof.
All right.
At least I tried to. $24 to hit.
That will hit.
And I am hitting with both arms, like I'm using it. Shit. So 10 points of damage.
All right. You bring your sword up and slash, and it seems to find purchase. You see a slash in the remnants of the robe, and you hear bones breaking, but it doesn't seem to react.
Hmm.
All right. Do you want to do anything else?
Oh, can I do 2 things?
You can move, and if you have any bonus actions, you can do those.
So I move back and
Back.
like away from the thing.
You are in a corner, and
Oh.
you are pretty much between the thing and Aribell.
Okay.
I mean, you can move, but you're going to move past it and provoke an attack of opportunity.
Well, then I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do Bardic Inspiration.
Okay.
So that's gonna give Aribell a 1d8 inspiration die that you can use as an ability check, of attack throw, or saving throw.
Alrighty. Thank you.
All right. All right, then that works out because Aribell, you're up next.
All right. So these are skeleton-y things.
Yes. And you notice that as they floated in, the toes are dragging through the dust.
Mm.
Hence the grooves.
They floated through the wall, and yet they're leaving grooves in the dust.
Well, I will try this in the assumption that they're undead. And I will turn the unholy.
Ooh.
So, should they be a fiend or undead, they need to make a wisdom saving throw DC 16. And it's 30 feet of me. So I think I can get 3 of them.
Yes.
Aren't there 3 of them?
There's 4.
The one by Athgarr, I think, is more than 30 feet away. Maybe
Ah.
not.
It is. Those are 10-foot cubes.
Oh, okay.
You can pull up Roll20, Annette, if you want to. It's on there, but to give you an idea of where you're at, like backed up in that corner.
You pull forth your holy symbol and intone the words to send undead away from you. And as you speak the words, you see the aura around all 3 of these things flash brightly once. And seems to have no effect.
Okay.
was gonna do roll 20. I think I would have to set it up.
Oh, I can see it on Zoom.
Oh.
I can see it on Zoom too.
Oh, okay.
And I don't think I'm gonna do any bonus actions, so I think I'm done.
All right. Zorith, you see the one that's floated out of the wall next to Athgarr, who is recoiling and attempting to get his sword out.
I will shoot it with my crossbow.
All right.
Oh, I do things that are not. Yay! I can do actiony things. Roll to hit.
Yeah.
Would she have? But with Tasha and I going before her, she would have heard some motion or commotion behind her, right? So she might
Right.
not be completely caught off that there's something back there.
Well, but she would have looked the other direction.
Right. She doesn't know what it is, but she knows we have something going on.
Oh, yeah. Well, she saw the thing come out next to Athgarr, so she knows something is happening.
Okay.
So,
She doesn't know it. Right behind you.
no.
Right behind you! 6 and 17, 23 to hit.
That will hit.
And that's 1d8 plus 3. What? 9. I keep wanting to go 6 plus 8 is 14. No, 1 die 8. So 6 plus 3 is 9.
All right. You see the bolt strike the thing in the chest, and it goes right through it. You actually hear the sound of the bolt striking the wall behind it, but you do also notice that there is a hole in this thing now. It just
Like winces
doesn't
or
react.
just...
It doesn't react.
It doesn't react. Okay. I stand there and rethink my crossbow choices, and I look around. I don't know, is that part of an action? That's not part of an action.
No, and you glance over your left shoulder and you see Tasha and Aribell each fighting one, and you glance over your right shoulder and it's right here.
No! Hey! Refment? No, I'm kidding. Hold on, let me get... I found something called Coca-Cola Tic Tacs.
Oh.
What?
We'll talk about that later. But I pull out a Coca-Cola Tic Tac. Here you go. I'm kidding.
All right. Well, as you turn to look at it, it's their turn. And
Rude.
you see all four of them are the energy around them is beginning to oscillate faster and faster and faster and faster, and then it just shoots out from them.
Like shoots and ladders?
No bueno.
See, no bueno.
Okay, so starting with Athgarr, it coalesces this energy and it sort of just almost shrugs it off in that direction, and it washes over Athgarr, and it leaves behind this glittering green liquid that begins hissing.
Ectoplasm?
Oh shit.
And Athgarr immediately starts like trying to shake it off as it's burning him.
Acid.
Acid. Rude.
This could go very poorly.
The one right next to and as it does this, it swells in size.
Oh no.
What are these things?
I don't know. It's a Jeff thing.
Creations.
So rude.
Jesus. Okay. The one next to Zorith, it shrugs and the energy immediately coalesces into a single, almost looks like what she shot at it, except that it's made up of this energy, and it strikes Zorith dead in the chest for 10 points of fire damage.
Oh,
Ah.
this is going to go really badly. Ooh.
Oh boy.
Aribell,
Mm-hmm.
it does the same thing, except it coalesces into a bolt where blue-white is more dominant than any other color. And it strikes you for 6 points of cold damage.
Okay.
And it shrinks a little bit. And finally, Tasha, it...
Can I use my reaction to give them disadvantage to hit Tasha?
If it wasn't an area effect, you could.
Okay.
Rude.
But it shrugs like it did at Athgarr, and it covers Tasha in that same caustic green liquid that immediately starts hissing and bubbling on her skin for 6 points of acid damage.
Okay.
Now it's Athgar's turn.
I should have packed more snacks for this. I am snack unprepared.
I'll get snacks at break.
I am also going to have to get snacks at break.
And
Because now I'm anxious.
he pulls a longsword from his belt that you've not seen him carry before. It's absolutely beautiful.
Ooh.
And he pulls it and swings with it, but clearly it's balanced differently than the one he's used to. And he swings wide, and the blade scratches the wall, but doesn't hit the creature.
See? Family artifact?
Maybe. And we go to round 2. So back up to the top of the marching order, Tasha.
Ooh-ha. I cast where is that? Well, it's not really casting, but I do magic weapon because I can do that at will.
Okay.
Which gives me a +1 on my weapon,
All right.
right? And
Oh,
that's not good.
no,
Okay.
it's fine.
And I hit it again, and I rolled 20, dirty 20,
That will hit.
and for 2. 13 points of damage.
All right. You channel your Dressfiend-inspired energy into your blade, which begins to glow, and you bring the sword up over your head and just come straight down at the creature, and you shatter it from head to toe. Pieces of bone go bouncing all over the chamber,
Good job.
and it does not appear to be intact any longer.
And I say, thank you, Dressfiend.
So was that a magical? You made it magical +1? Okay.
And I can do, well, that's the only bonus action that I've got. So I turn to the other one that Aribell's fighting.
All right. You can move to get within melee range of it very easily.
I do that.
All
I
right.
do that.
All right.
Ooh.
And I think, unless you have, I think that's it for you, because you've done
Yeah,
a bonus
that's
action and an action and a move. So, okay.
That is it for me.
All right. Aribell, you see Tasha step up beside you.
Okay.
You heard the sort of explosion of bone.
I am also going to cast Magic Weapon as a bonus action. So we'll see what happens to me for that.
Okay.
And I will roll to hit. I have 2 attacks, so I will attempt to hit it twice. So the first one is a 17 to hit,
That will hit.
and then I'm guessing the 24 will as well.
And what are you attacking with?
I am attacking with the longsword that I just cast Magic Weapon on.
Okay.
Oh, nice. So first hit is 11 points, and the second one is 7. So a total of 18 points.
All right. Both strikes, the raiments rip, bone is shattered. It doesn't seem to notice. It just continues to grope forward.
Okay. I'm done.
All right. Zorith.
Seeing my bolt did little to no effect. That one is right in my face. I'm gonna drop my crossbow and touch my wand and cast Ray of Frost, which is a cantrip, but that doesn't mean anything. I go burn and touch it.
All right.
All touch. Is it a touch one? It is not a touch one.
No, it's a ray.
It's already.
So
Ready.
spell attack roll.
Okay. 14 plus 9. 23.
That hits.
And 2d8. Uh, 10 points plus speed reduced. Oh no. Oh, because I've reached 5th level, it's 2d8. Yay! So speed is reduced by 10. Not that it's gonna move from me, but
All right. The bolt hits it, and you actually see the frost crystallize on a good portion of the creature to the point where some of the bones actually snap off and fall to the ground and poof into the dust.
but it's still coming at me.
Yes.
And do I get any wild magic crazy ass thing for that?
Yes.
Something.
You don't notice anything immediately,
Oh great. Woot woot.
but you kind of like look around like, you know what, and you look at your hands and you can't see your hands.
Oh.
And you look at the rest of you. You appear to have become invisible.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will, if I'm a, oh no, I can't move out of their, how does that work? If I'm invisible and I move out of their range, will they get a,
They won't know.
I will go to that corner here.
Which corner? Okay.
Yeah. And then turn and face, like with my back to the inside of the corner. Yes, sir.
Right.
So I can see the 3 things that are happening.
Yep.
I don't say anything.
All right.
Athgarr, come on, Athgarr.
So. Okay. Third one, yes. All right. So. The one by Athgarr seems to conjure a short sword in its hand. And it swings at Athgarr.
Oh, right, because Athgar's not totally there.
And Athgarr nimbly backs out of the way.
Good for you, Athgarr.
The second one also conjures a short sword and attempts to swing at Aribell and hits the wall instead. The third one, the one that was
All up in my business.
where was fighting Zorith, begins that sort of coalescent energy again, and it leaves and forms sort of a roundish beam that flashes out and strikes the wall about 8 feet above where Zorith actually is.
Mm.
But Zorith, make an Arcana check real quick.
Ooh, that's not bad, that's not bad, that's not bad. Arcana. 21.
That looked suspiciously like an Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast.
Those dirty bees.
But, yeah, didn't hit. All right. So now, Athgar's turn. Oh, yes. This time he grabs the hilt of the longsword with both hands and just boom, swings
that.
across the center. Yes. And the sword hits this creature and flashes a golden yellow light.
That's not good.
Where it strikes the creature, you see the creature's raiment is now burned.
Ooh.
A holy weapon. Ooh.
And he's kind of looking at the sword like, what the hell?
You didn't know what Dad gave you, huh?
No.
You can give it to me.
All right, and that's all he's going to do. So, Tasha.
I attack the one that is
That you're
Right.
fighting with Aribell.
and I got a 19 to hit,
That will hit.
and I do 13 points of damage.
And just like the last one you hit, this one sort of explodes in a shower of bone and very, very old thread. And the bones clatter off the walls and poof into the dust.
All right. I move towards Zorith.
You can't see
Or-
Zorith. As far as
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Zorith has vanished.
I move towards the one that was fighting Zorith.
All right. You look around the room quickly to see if she's okay, and she's no longer in the room.
And
So-
I hope that that is just a side effect to a spell.
All right. Aribell.
All right, I will move one near Tasha and attempt to hit the creepy thing.
Okay.
Natural 20 will hit,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I don't think the 11 will.
No.
For 15 points of damage.
Oh, dear. And another explosion of bone. And it, too, is no longer intact.
All right.
All right. Zorith.
Do I have any movement left?
Yeah, you would have... you only used about 10 feet of that.
Okay, then I want to move towards Athgarr.
Okay. You can actually get right down beside him with what you have left.
Okay. That's it.
All right. Zorith.
I'm going to... Is picking up your crossbow an action?
You would have dropped it
I
So it's
did.
back in the center of the room.
Right. If I run over, pick it up, and shoot it, is that like a thing? Or is that two things?
Well, it's let's see, can you get there? Because that would be a move action. So let's see. Yeah, you can get back there and grab your crossbow and pick it up.
And shoot it?
Yes, because I'm going to say that grabbing that crossbow and picking it up is also a move action. So you've used all your move now.
Okay. I'm going to shoot in between the two of them, that thing.
Okay.
1, 2, hit. I'm not sure that's gonna hit. Actually. Oh no, it might. 13?
Goes wide.
Ooh.
It basically just sort of glances off the thing's skull and hits the wall. And now it goes.
Tasha see a floating crossbow.
No, Zorith pops back into view the second she shoots.
Yeah, if I attack or cast a spell.
Yep.
Gotcha.
It would have. Oh, there she is.
When you first picked it up, it floated in the air.
Super cool. Little Scooby-Doo action there.
The one creature that's left begins that kaleidoscopic energy effect again, and it shrugs it toward Athgarr, and it forms a bolt that's more red and yellow than any other color, and hits.
So, can that one I do disadvantage since it's an attack, or is it still an area?
No, that's a regular attack.
Okay, then I'll use my reaction to try and give it disadvantage.
Still hits.
Okay. Didn't work, but I tried.
And it strikes him in the shoulder, and he's like, ah! It burns, but in a different way. What are these things?
Horrible.
Nothing good.
Clearly. All right, back to the top. Tasha.
Did Athgarr go?
Yes. Oh, no, that's right. Athgarr,
He goes after them.
he goes after them. That's right. Oh. Well, he hits. Oh, yeah. And there is another bright golden flash and an explosion of bone.
Ah. Boo.
Okay. So they're all gone.
They are all gone.
All right. Well, now I would like
wanted to kill another one.
Healing. All right. So Tasha took damage.
Yeah. Like,
Can you roll a 1d6 against me, Jeff?
Sure.
Will be better than me.
I rolled a 6.
hey,
You get 10 points back, Tasha.
I am fully healed.
All right. Did Zorith take damage?
Oh yeah. So I was
took a
at
lot.
46 I was at 46 out of 53 before we started.
Ooh, boo.
I don't
from
remember why.
falling?
Because
Yeah.
you fell.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I'm at 36 out of 53 right now.
Ooh,
We're
suck.
down. All right. So I'll do one. Yeah, I'm gonna do 1d6 on her and me and Athgarr before I use any other kind of healing. So, all
Okay. I rolled a 6
right. So 10 points from that.
Excellent.
for Zorith. Okay.
And then I rolled a 5 for Athgarr.
Yeah, I got a 4. So
Okay, so he gets 9 points from that.
he is fully healed.
Okay. And then I rolled a 1 for me, so hopefully
I rolled a 6.
Oh, good.
that heals me completely. And then how much more are you down?
7 points.
Then I'll do lay on hands
Okay.
for 7.
Oh, okay. Wow, thanks.
I can do all that without using magic, so.
Lovely.
Yes. And I can't do the healer's kit on anybody again until a short rest. I think it's short rest. That was a cool feat. Oh, long, yeah, either short or long rest.
Oh, good.
All right, so we're all healed.
Yep.
Cool.
So, what is our plan? Because we can't do every single room like this.
What was that?
I searched through the thread because I just want to see if there was anything that.
Are there bones?
All right.
Yeah.
Make an investigation check, Tasha.
I do. 18.
You begin to go through the raiments these things were wearing, and anything more than the lightest touch causes them to come apart in your hands.
Son of a
They are
ancient.
in very, very poor shape. But what you're looking at appears to just be like linen.
Okay. I take some of the bones and stick them in my bag.
Okay.
So I have something to show.
Oberus?
Yes, Oberus. When
Alright.
if we ever get back to see Oberus.
Yeah.
And I say, well, I guess we know why we couldn't figure out why there was no secret door, huh? And I say, well, let's keep going.
Oh, down.
I go over to Athgarr and I pat him on the shoulder. I was like, must be a holy sword. Congratulations.
And he's like staring at it. He's looking very intently at the hilt and the crossbar.
Very pretty.
Hmm? I didn't realize when Father handed it to me. I believe this was my mother's.
Oh,
Even
really?
Special.
Yes.
Was she a paladin of some sort?
She was.
What god?
Aribell's.
Ah,
Aww.
no kidding.
Yeah.
Well,
Super cool. I pat him on the shoulder again.
I will guard this with my life.
I think it's guarding you.
I think you may be right.
It's lovely
was
that
surprising.
mother is.
Yes. I didn't even know Father still had this.
Well, of course he does. It's your heirloom. It's your heritage.
He did say something about he had been planning on saving this for another occasion, but he thought I should take it with me for this.
It was a good idea.
You did very well.
Instinct,
Alright.
really.
Well, there's
And
not a manual for this. We all are just doing what we think we're supposed to.
That's life. We're all just doing what we think we should.
So different.
Yes,
In
isn't
the-
it though?
In the histories, everyone knows exactly what it is they were going to do, whether it succeeds or fails. They knew what they were going to do.
That would be the difference between legends and truth.
Hmm. Apparently.
Stories, even when they are histories, are still just stories, and they're always cleaned up a little bit.
Is now an appropriate time to ask questions?
Sure.
What is this place? What were those things? And how many more things like that are we going to encounter?
We
Well-
don't know yet. We don't have the answers to any of that, which is why we're down here.
Probably something. We probably are somewhere that existed before the shattering.
You see
Yes.
his face, his eyes get really wide, and he starts
He's like, yeah.
looking around. And then he immediately begins like walking through and deliberately like kicking up the dust until his foot hits something that clanks.
Ooh.
He reaches down into the dust and pulls one of those short swords. So this could be a pre-shattering weapon.
Yes.
You
We
look
should
at
probably
it.
keep that.
I look at it.
Is there more than one?
You know that after you compare notes, you know that 3 of them attacked with them.
Oh, well,
One
then
of them
we
did
should
not.
We should pick up all 3.
All right. Make an investigation check.
Alrighty.
Anybody who wants to try and find one of these swords.
9.
21. That's about as good as I can get.
24.
All right. Tasha and Zorith, you find the other 2.
Okay.
They appear to be bronze.
Whoa. Oh. I'm the loot person. I totally forgot this is considered loot.
It is.
Yeah.
It is loot.
3.
It might even be magical.
Ancient bronze short swords.
Which
So
is
when you
different
look
than
at-
an old battle axe. Ah,
All right, let's risk it. I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
ooh. Okay.
Aribell, you cast the spell, and immediately the room seems to shrink slightly.
Ooh.
The rest of you see her go from her normal height to a height that her head is just shy of the ceiling. She just went.
Oopsie.
Oh, hold
But are
on.
they magical?
That's funny.
Swallowbell.
All right. We had another stream interruption. I don't know what's going on, but
It's weird because we didn't drop on Zoom.
yeah, I know. I don't know what's
Oh.
going on, but
Maybe it's a Twitch issue.
could be.
Twitchy.
I am definitely feeling twitchy.
The foes are vanquished. What would you like to do?
Oh, did anything glow?
No. No. There is residual magic basically around where the piles of bones or the exploded skeletons are, but you watch it and it's fading.
Okay. But not on the swords.
No.
Maybe they're masterwork, though, and we could have them enchanted.
Maybe so.
I wonder how long this will last.
I put the sword like in my back, like in between my backpack and me.
Okay.
Yeah. Me
Do
too.
I fit through the doorway?
You'll have to basically get down on your knees and crawl through, but yes, you will.
Did you grow like the 50-foot woman?
I'm hitting the ceiling with my head.
She is now size large.
So weird.
Oh,
I'm Goliath, Aribell.
Giganta.
Yes.
All right. Well, I will crawl through the doorway with the lantern.
All right.
Sorry about that.
That shouldn't last too long, I wouldn't think. Most of the stuff only lasts a minute, right?
Right.
Gosh, I hope so. Okay.
I should at least be giving them cover if anything attacks us.
Indeed. So, what do we see next once we get around
I'm working on it.
Aribell?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
No, I don't know. I don't know on the magic. Would I know? I'm going to roll. Would I know if that was... Oh, thank God. What would I roll? Would it be Arcana to know what just happened to her?
Yes.
Good, because I got a 22. Because I
Okay.
rolled a 17 plus 5.
Yeah, this is a wild magic side effect, and it goes away in like a minute.
It does go away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I pat her on the arm and say it should go, or well, the legs, and she's going through on her. Pat her on the leg and I say it should stop soon.
Right. So you enter into the next room. And it takes you a minute. You see piles of... Oh, we're disconnected again. Hold on.
Oi.
I don't know what is going on with this thing.
Interwebs.
All right. And now we're back. You see remains of furniture, and after really sort of looking for a little bit, you realize that these are the remains of desks and tables and chairs. There are also mounds that are covered in dust that you can't identify. Otherwise, the chamber appears empty. It continues on, sort of forward and right, and off to the left, there is another room.
I'm gonna keep.
Aribell, make a perception check.
Oh.
16.
You're not quite sure what, but there's something nagging at your brain as you glance to the left that room somehow different, but you're not entirely sure why or how.
I want to not a spell, just throw out my divine sense. Just celestial fiend undead within 60 feet.
Okay. You look around. You do not sense anything.
Okay. Okay. Something's off about that room. I'm gonna get closer to the door and look in and see anything.
I'm going to keep my eyes open for those little drag marky things.
All right. Make a perception check.
Not too bad, maybe. Let's see.
Oh, just weird.
Perception. 16.
You don't see any, but you also note that in this room, the dust is broken all over the place by the ruins and remains of this furniture, and also is uneven because of those mounds several places throughout the room.
Okay.
Mounds.
Something's gonna come out of them.
There are mounds.
I go check on the mounds.
All right,
See
they're
what they are.
covered in dust.
Yeah, my mouth is covered.
All right. Roll investigation.
I believe investigation is 7. Oh, 6. 22.
22. You lean down and begin carefully brushing gently the dust off. And the smell of mold immediately begins to fill the air.
Ugh.
And you get down to sort of the top layer and poke at it a little bit, and it appears to be the remains of books,
Oh.
but they are gone to the
Oh.
mold. They are destroyed.
Oh,
These are
that's a shame.
book corpses.
Oh no. That's the saddest thing I've heard in a while.
Look, corpses. No.
Aribell, you walk over to look into the doorway on the left. Make another perception check.
Uh, 24.
Now that you're looking into the room from the doorway, you understand exactly what caught your attention. There's no dust visible in this room.
Ooh.
Okay. Can I see any more of the room now that I'm looking in?
Do you want to poke your head through the doorway?
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I normal size again?
Yes. About this time, you would find yourself shrinking back down to normal.
Oh, and I will also stand up as I poke in, since I was on my knees.
All right. This room, not only is it not covered in dust, it looks like it's recently been cleaned.
Ooh.
There are
That's weird.
2 large tables near the center of the room, which is lit by a softly glowing gem hanging from a chain in the middle of the ceiling. In the center of the table is a bowl of what looks like mummified fruit.
Ew.
Around the room, bookcases line the walls. They are almost all empty, although there are a few tomes left here and there.
I will walk into the room.
Okay.
Me too.
All right. Athgarr says, "Oh, what did you find?" Books.
And no dust.
Don't touch them.
Ooh, and no dust.
Don't
And
touch
a-
the books.
Glowing gem.
But I want to touch the books.
Well.
I just hear that in Dee Dee's voice from Dexter's laboratory.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to touch the books.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just be forewarned that if you touch the books, they may be magical and you may not come away unscathed.
All right.
Or they could just be books.
Or they could just be books, that's true too. It's me, Zori. Suspicious of everything.
Mm,
Vanilla.
it's probably not a bad idea.
And hashtag no more of that shit.
I investigate, and I rolled a dirty 20.
Okay, what are you investigating?
All of the things, but not touching the books.
I need something specific. Perception is general. Investigation is specific.
Well, okay.
You've got the two tables, the bowl of whatever it is.
I investigate
and
the tables.
The bookcases. Okay. They appear to be made of varnished wood.
Okay.
They appear to be very well built.
Okay.
Other than that, they appear to just be tables.
Tables. All right, fine. I move to the bookshelves.
Zorith,
Sorry.
Yes.
since I'm assuming you are probably the one closest to the doorway at this point,
Yes, I am.
make a perception check.
Ooh, not horrible. 13 plus. What is it? Perception? 17.
17. You feel something brush past your legs. And you
And I look down.
look down. You don't see anything, but you do see the dust disappearing. The dust you tracked into the room is disappearing.
And I say exactly that. Do I cast See Invisibility? Should I see invisibility, or should I save my spells for other things? Is it okay? I'm gonna look at where it's at, and does it look like it's like a little tiny broom sweeping up the dust? Like, does it making that action like a?
Yes,
I'm gonna try to like put my hands on it.
there's nothing there.
And I tell them that.
Weird.
All right,
I'm gonna go back into the
go ahead.
I'm gonna go back into the other room. And I'm gonna grab a little moldy dust book fluff. I'm gonna come in the room, the new room, and I'm gonna drop it on the floor.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity.
All right, we'll come back to you. Tasha, you were investigating the book, like one of the books.
No, the bookshelves.
Oh, the
I
bookshelves. Okay. They look to be made of the same wood as the tables. And some of the shelves are quite noticeably bowed.
Okay.
Like there were heavy tomes on them for long periods of time, but
But not anymore.
not anymore.
Hmm.
You look around and probably all total there's 8 books left on these shelves.
Okay.
All right. Zorith, you stand back and you're watching the remains of the book, and you suddenly see it lifted off the floor. You see the remaining dust brushed off it, and then it floats over to a bookshelf and sits on the shelf.
The big clump of book.
Yes.
So something is putting the books back?
What it approximates to be a book. I mean, it was a book in its previous life. Now it's just fluff, but interesting. Can I roll Arcana? Would I have any idea of what kind of entity or magic thing would do this?
Let's find out. Go ahead and roll.
I did get a natty kraken. So
What?
Arcana 25.
Ooh, suck.
You remember now having run across this, something similar to this once in Obrus's room.
Okay, yeah.
And it startled you, and he said, oh, no need to be afraid. It's just an unseen servant. It keeps the place clean for me.
Oh.
And I tell everybody that.
I was thinking little
Oh.
animated rooms.
I was too, but then it was like to put the book back to where it's supposed to be is more than just a animated.
Yeah.
Book. It makes me so happy.
So does
And-
that mean we can check the books?
Well, you can do whatever you want.
So it must be tied to this room though, so that's why it's clean.
Yep, just this
And-
one.
Yep, and the stuff outside he couldn't bring back, only in here. So I want to investigate the gem.
Okay. It's hanging from a chain. It's in a metal claw that's attached to the chain, that's attached to the ceiling, and it's providing soft illumination for the room.
Question, Jeff.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we using Unseen Servants more like Buddy's 3rd edition game, or the Unseen Servant like in a 5th edition?
5th edition.
Okay. Because now that puts me on edge. Because these ones say that it only lasts for an hour. So, and then it wouldn't be more than 60 feet away from you. Oh, but this is also a magical forest.
You do know that is, you recall having investigated the spell after you encountered it in Obrus's room, and yes, that is the standard parameters for the spell.
And I explain that.
But things can be enchanted to last.
That's true. Plus, this is also a magical forest. So,
Right.
but just knowing what I know, I will express the limitations of the spell as I know it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will say, hello. In fact, is anyone here in this room? We're not really looking to disturb anything. We just are here to investigate things. Okay, I just want to throw it out there. I just wanted to throw it out there.
Athgarr says, "Can we look at the books now?"
You guys can do whatever you want.
He walks over to one of the shelves and reverently reaches out, grabs the book on the shelf, pulls it off the shelf, stops for a second, looks at the rest of you and kind of shrugs a little bit, and then walks over to one of the tables and sits the book down. And he kind of looks at the spine and looks at the cover.
Language? Can you tell the language?
No. It's not anything I've ever seen. And he flips the cover open.
Oh. I'm gonna walk over and I'm gonna look at the book.
It's still intact. The writing is faded, but still legible, or would be if you understood whatever language it was written in.
Ooh.
Do I understand what language it's written in?
What languages do you speak and read?
Common, Elvish, Infernal?
Nope.
Oh, good.
Doesn't mean a thing to you.
Okay.
Ooh.
Can I take a look?
Sure.
I have Celestial, Dwarvish, and Elvish.
Athgarr says, well, it's not Dwarvish or Elvish, at least none that I recognize. You can't make heads or tails out of it either.
Okay. Not Celestial either.
Mm.
And I don't know that mine is Infernal, but it's just something I can't read, so it's not.
Right.
And no one has comprehend languages, I'm guessing.
I do.
But it's kind of scary to cast here. But
True.
But this is history. This is more history than anyone has read in centuries.
Probably.
I have to try.
all the books.
But we don't want to necessarily take them with us.
And he begins singing softly under his breath. And immediately goes, ah! And you see him just kind of,
Oh no. What happened?
I look around.
Can we see him still?
nope.
Less than
Oh.
anything.
Are you
Athgarr?
invisible? Well, maybe if we just wait a minute, he'll be back.
Gosh, I hope so.
We wait.
Wait,
Uh-huh.
after about 10 seconds or so, you see him sort of slowly fade back in. He's a few inches off the ground and in a very contorted shape.
Are you
Mhm.
okay?
He drops to the ground and immediately falls.
Are you hurt?
I don't... What was that?
Oh
I cast the spell, and then I was floating in a sea of blackness.
no. Ooh.
Gray
Oh, gosh.
blackness.
The astral plane.
Oh dear.
I ran up and I give him a hug.
I was
That's
what?
bad. Yeah, you were in the astral plane apparently.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Well, be
Well.
careful.
So many new experiences.
Did the spell work?
Oh, yes. I can make out the letters now.
Oh good. What does it say?
It still makes absolutely no sense to me at all.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay.
But I can read the letters now. But they're
Okay.
in no order that makes
Any kind of
any
sense?
linguistic sense.
I would suggest. Do you have a tablet or a journal? Something you can write in?
You can look at the spines of the other books and see if you can read them.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Good idea. Well, I've got plenty of time. The spell lasts for an hour.
Well, look about and see what you
So
can.
he goes through basically the rest of the room, looking at the other 7 books, brings them all over to the table, opens them, says, they're all the same. I mean, not exactly the same, but they're all
Coded.
probably.
Or spell books?
Mm,
He'd
I-
still be able to read spell books.
Yeah.
hold on a moment. He reaches into he unslings his backpack and pulls out a piece of parchment and a vial of ink and a pen, and proceeds to write in common the letters that he is
Okay.
feeling. And he does like half a page, and then he spins it around to the 3 of you and says, "Does that make any sense to any of you?"
I will roll an Arcana check.
Is that Arcana, religion? What are we rolling?
Either.
18. Arcana. 5 and 13.
It's gibberish.
Doopity doops.
18 in religion.
Gibberish.
23, but
Gibberish.
It's probably a
Code.
coded tome.
should we just take them with us?
Well, let's
Pile them by the.
leave them on the table.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll pick them up on our way out. They're rather large.
And delicate.
Indeed. I'm
Bag
certain,
of-
Zorith, your mentor would be very interested in these.
Yes.
I know I am. I have very little experience with ciphers, but I'm willing to learn.
I'm not sure
Well-
just if Merriman has any. Well, he's very intelligent, but I don't know if he's got any kind of skill with that.
Probably not.
Seems like a roguey thing to do.
Mm. We leave on table.
Okay.
So you've stumbled on potentially a treasure
library?
trove of ancient knowledge, if only you could make heads or tails of it.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
they're gone.
Quite the face that Jeff brought.
Hands in that. Oh, no.
And we're
You're back. Yeah. Potentially. A what?
A potential treasure trove of historic knowledge, if only you could make heads or tails of it.
Indeed. Indeed.
But there's still more of this
Room?
odd complex to search. Maybe you'll find something that will
A key.
allow you to make more sense to it. Yes,
A Rosetta Stone.
perhaps. But we'll find out all about that after the break.
Yay!
9 o'clock on the dot. Look at me.
Look at you.
So we'll be back in 15 minutes. Hang out. Thanks for watching, and enjoy your break. I know.
And that wasn't even gonna wait.
Nope.
No.
And welcome back. All right, so you found books and fought some very strange creatures.
They were ghastly.
Ooh.
So you are standing in the first clean room you've come across.
How long have we been down here?
Oh, half an hour tops.
Okay.
Wow.
Yep.
All right. So, guess we go back out in the room and it's down, right?
There is a door, or there is a hallway leading out of the opposite side of the room from where you entered.
Okay. Well, grab the lantern and lead on.
All right. Move the map a little bit.
Okay.
You see the hallway stretches out in front of you for 60 feet, and then it just sort of fades into the dim light. But you do see almost immediately there appears to be a doorway on the right-hand side.
All right. We should check that so something doesn't jump out on us from behind.
Yeah.
All right. As you come to the corner and look around the corner, you do notice that there is light coming from further down this hallway as well.
Oof.
Oof.
You see that about 20 feet down this hallway, there's another doorway on the right-hand side, and then after another little bit, it opens into what might be a chamber.
So there's a door before the chamber? It's kind of cut off.
A doorway, yes. Oh.
Okay.
I can fix that.
Gotcha.
Let's check it out.
Yeah.
All right. Check the doorway.
Grab my crossbow again.
All right.
Grab my sword.
You look. Down the hallway, you see it goes about 30 feet or so and then appears to bend to the left.
I wonder if it's going to go into the same place, but we should probably go down that hall.
All right. You see that it comes to a stop almost immediately. And there are wooden shelves, empty wooden shelves, on all three sides of this alcove.
This little reading nook.
Or where they stored their booze or something.
Booze is important.
Should we kind of pull on any of the shelves and make sure there's not like a thing to open a door or something?
Make an investigation check.
Yeah, I'm really bad at those. 5.
What did you say?
I said 5. Tasha, do you want to check?
Yeah.
What are we looking at here? This.
I only have a +1, and I don't ever roll well on investigation.
23.
Yeah, mine wasn't that good, but
23. A couple of the boards come loose as you're poking and prodding,
Okay.
but they slide right back in the slots that they were set into. Otherwise, you don't find anything of note.
See, I wasn't so bad at it.
Rude.
I didn't find anything either.
Ugh. Well, let's just. I mean, does the room go further?
Yeah.
We gotta go around, right? To
Right.
Well, let's
like
do
this
that.
makes sense. What I'm. Jeff knew what I meant.
There's like an upside down L.
Yes, we're gonna go back down the L and then over, and there's a little spot where it opens up, but we haven't been there yet. Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Lit and cleaned. This appears to be a bedroom.
oh,
There is a large bed, a small dresser with a mirror and a basin on top of it, and a small rectangular table on the other side of the bed. The room looks quite clean, but there's a musty smell in here.
Is the basin dry?
Do you go in and check?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
I will put my hand in it.
Yes. It is dry.
I mess up the covers on the bed.
You reach over and start to mess up the covers, and there is a snapping sound, and the bed collapses.
oh, that was definitely not what I thought was gonna happen.
No. I just
And
wanted to see if a servant came and cleaned it.
this puff of mold
Well,
from the bed fills the air.
Hmm. Well, doesn't look like the servant's gonna come by. And
But sorry, go ahead.
nope, I really wasn't gonna say anything else. I don't know what else.
What was the basin sitting on?
A small dresser.
I'm gonna open the drawers
All right.
gently and carefully.
Make an investigation check.
Hey Tasha, you wanna come look at these drawers?
5 again.
Yes, I keep rolling 4s.
23.
You open them and look in them, Aribell. You don't see anything. And then Tasha goes through the space. She doesn't find anything either, however.
No false bottom drawers or anything.
No fat bottom girls.
All right. I guess back around and down the other hallway.
All right.
Yeah, it's been longer than 10 minutes now. My detect magic's dropped. Just checking.
Right.
All right. Back down.
one and catch up with me.
Whoa, whoa, what is that? Creepy.
You see the hallway opens up into a large room, and there seems to be some sort of statue.
Hey,
In a pool of water.
All right, go in the room. Look around.
A large statue.
Is the ceiling higher in here?
Yes.
I come inside and stand like how you know how you take one step inside the room and then like a step over to the left, right by the door. Like right here. For me.
Okay.
Just to let you know.
This wide chamber has at least a couple exits, but the most eye-catching feature is the statue of a winged, leering, devilish creature sitting in the middle of a pool of deep blue water. The statue is looking directly down one of the hallways. And the water, you notice, ripples slightly with your footsteps.
I check out the statue.
All right.
$17.
Are you looking at the statue or are you checking out the statue?
I'm checking out the statue.
Really? You're touching it and stuff?
Yes.
Did you get in the water?
No.
How big is the statue? Is it
Yeah. Like, do I have to get in the water to check it?
It's about depending on what part of it you're looking at, it spans about 10 to 15 feet horizontally, and it's almost as high as the ceiling.
double human?
Wow.
So if it's of a person, is it double human size or is it
Yes,
just a
it is large size.
Wow.
It is like 18 feet tall and proportionate.
See, now it would have been helpful for you to be like Giganta.
I can cast some more magic and see what happens.
Nope. Not worth it.
You got like a 3 or 4% chance of that happening.
All right. Yeah.
Can you pull the map down up a little bit?
Yes.
You said there were some other entrances, but
Yes, you see that there's an entrance
ooh, that's ugly.
leading off to the right and off to the left. And it's hard to see from where you are, but it's possible there's another entrance across the room too.
And
You can't really see past the statue from where.
Which direction is the statue looking?
To the right.
I'm gonna go around to the left, behind it. Then I don't want
All right.
it to look at me.
So you are going over here.
Yes.
Okay. All right. As you go over there, where are you directing the light of the lantern?
Through the doorway.
Okay. Oh. If I click on the right thing, that will help.
Just to kind of get a glance in there before go back to the room. Ooh, there's stairs. Hey, Zori. Found some stairs.
You can see that there's something past it, but it's in the dim light, so it's not that easy to make out what it is.
What do you think? Like,
Do they look to be going up or down?
Up.
So they might go back up to the other level. Right, because we came in at one level and are down. Might be a way out when we're ready. What do you think?
I know this is so out of my league. We've seen things, but I was gonna ask, looking at the statue, could I see if it was anything that we learned in school?
Sure. Roll history.
History. Okay. Yeah, 12. Yeah, I didn't think so. Dang it.
It appears to be either demonic or devilish in like source material, but apart from that,
Athgarr, does the statue look familiar to you at all?
I'm very happy to say it does not. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's not pleasant. Alright, so I'll turn the lantern down towards the bottom of the chamber.
Okay.
That's we're on the side now. We should be able to see if there's anything down there.
Right.
Other than going in there and kind of searching, there's not a lot that we can do.
You see that there is, in fact, another hallway leading out across the room from where you came in. Now, you do notice that the hallways going right and left from where you came in are twice as wide
Double wide.
as the one you came in and the one that appears to be across the way.
It's a really ugly picture, just FYI.
Why don't we check the bottom one before we go down the hallway the demon thing is staring into?
Do we want to check the one that we just saw also with the steps?
You want to go back up?
We need to check all the things.
Yeah, let's check the stairs first, see where it goes.
Yeah.
Okay, I checked the stairs.
Go in there with the lantern so she can see.
Okay.
$19.
All right. What are you doing specifically?
I am putting my hands on all of the steps and the stones, and I'm checking to see if anything moves. I'm checking to see if there's any hidden doors. I'm looking for anything weird.
All right. As you walk into this room, the air changes slightly. It almost it feels unstable. It feels like it's maybe vibrating slightly. The larger chamber looks to be empty, but you see an antechamber set up a few stairs, and it looks like it's some sort of altar. But it takes you a few seconds and a few times blinking to realize that every time you blink, it looks subtly different. Every second or so, it seems to
Oh,
shift
that's no good.
and blur a little bit.
Right?
There appears to be a scroll unrolled, and as you entered the room, a candle on the altar came to life. There's also what appears to be an ornamental candelabra on the other end, and its flames come to life when you enter the room as well, but its flames, the color of the flame shifts every time the altar seems to shift.
Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing?
Or not seeing.
What are you not seeing?
The same thing twice.
Oh, yes. I'm not sure what is on that scroll. Should be red.
Yeah. Look at the scroll.
I'm gonna go with no.
I'll walk up the stairs.
I follow you.
Athgarr follows as well.
And
Stay close to the door. Kind of same situation, like right here.
look at the scroll.
Make an investigation check.
4. So it's not a 5.
Wow. Hey.
Jeez Louise.
It's not roll well for that.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Athgarr kind of looks over your shoulder and says, I can read this one.
Ah. Don't say it out loud. It's a bad idea.
Oh. Should I not read it?
Well, what is it?
Reading it to yourself is
It
okay.
Looks to be just a passage. It doesn't appear to be magic. It looks to be a poem, maybe?
I will pick up the scroll and roll it.
All right. Hold, please.
That's what I was afraid of.
Well, it was nice knowing you guys.
You got potions. You'll be able to get out of here without a cleric. Slash paladin.
Please don't say that.
Next level, I get Revivify, but you can't use it on yourself. So.
Well, yeah.
Oh my.
I got the most hit points. I'm the one who should touch it, right?
You're also the healer, so maybe not. Maybe we should let Athgarr touch it.
You took Cure Light this level, so you can heal me.
I mean, great.
you immediately hear the crackling of energy.
Oh, suck.
And you see there a vaguely bipedal shape, but it appears to be made of that same constantly shifting energy that was surrounding the skeletons. But this appears to be a being made of that energy.
Oh, no.
And it immediately begins to move toward Aribell. I need everyone to roll initiative.
Oh, criminy. Oh, criminy.
Not as good this time, I will say that.
Me either.
All right, give me just a moment.
If Araman were here, he would have touched it.
Yeah, most likely. All right, Tasha,
Mm-hmm.
initiative.
Oh, 15.
Aribell,
18.
Zorith,
13.
Could be worse. Could be raining.
Yeah, right.
All right, well, this time, Athgarr rolled quite well.
Oh, good.
So he goes at 23.
Oh, fantastic, Athgarr.
And he immediately turns and looks and goes, do we attack it?
We do?
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
You can say come in peace. I don't know. Hold your... I have a feeling, though, it's probably not happy that we've disturbed its scroll.
Maybe I'm its master with this.
Really? Sure.
Athgarr looks at it, thinks for a half second, and says, that color scheme is absolutely hideous. You must be embarrassed to be seen in public.
Well, we have to work on your witty repartee.
Oh, no. You're doing good. Keep going.
And you see it actually shudder. Oh. Does a little bit more damage than I thought. Okay. And, yeah, you see it shudder and the lights pulse. And he kind of looks around and goes, and gives immediately sort of dashes off a quick ditty about how fierce Aribell is in combat and gives to her a D8 Bardic Inspiration.
How long do those last?
10 minutes.
Oh,
So
okay.
the other one's gone.
Okay.
But
Has it? You said we haven't been down here all that long. Is it still within an hour from the first fight?
I would think so.
Okay. Magic weapon lasts an hour. That's why I just wanted to.
Okay. And Athgarr moves around the room. To get on the other side of it. Okay. Aribell.
All right. I will move to it
All right.
and attack. I guess that's what we're doing. Right? He did damage to it.
Mm-hmm.
Natural 20 and a 14 is... Why you don't roll like that on investigation, but I guess that's okay. And a 21 for the other attack.
Okay. Both will hit.
All right. Total of 17 points.
Pretty good.
Yeah, my crit extra die was a 1. I like doubling it versus rolling twice.
Right.
But if I'd rolled a 1, I'd have been glad for a second roll. So.
Yep. All right. So, anything else you would like to do?
No, my bonus actions are spells, so I think I'm good for now.
All right. Tasha.
How long has it been since we fought the gas or whatever?
You've still got magic weapon up.
Okay, sweet. I hit it.
Are you shooting or are you moving up to?
I'm moving up. How far away is it from me?
Within like 10 feet, so
Okay.
you can get to it easily.
Yep. And let's see. 25 to hit.
That will hit.
And 8 points of damage.
All right. Zorith.
I am going to I'm gonna do the fire bolt.
Okay.
I believe. Because that one does the most damage. And and it's a cantrip, but that does a whole lot of whatever. But I say Posar. And I roll to hit 14.
14 just hits.
Ooh! Huh. 2d10. 10. Where's my 10s? $77. Oh, 14. Roll a percentile and woohoo! 77 points of damage.
All right. Have you cast any non-cantrips so far today?
Don't think so. I'm looking. Nope, they've all been cantrips.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they've all been cantrips as far as I can tell. Yep. Shoo!
All right. You see the firebolt streak out, strike the creature. It pulses brightly and flings the spell back at you.
Ooh,
You take 14 points of damage.
rude.
And now you notice that it seems to be a little dimmer.
Ooh.
Ow.
And now it goes.
It just went.
No, it was a reflection or a...
Yep.
A reaction. I know.
And you see it brighten again. And let's see.
Out of curiosity,
Yes.
would my... Bear with me. Remember what I can never remember where they're at. My careful spell says you can spend 1 sorcery point to allow up to 4 creatures to automatically succeed on the saving throw of a spell I cast. Could I do that?
You would have to have done that as you cast the spell,
Um,
because it shapes the spell you cast. That's how metamagic works.
And there wasn't a save anyway, right?
No, it was a roll to hit.
All right. So it wouldn't have worked on this spell because there's no save.
oh, right. All right. Thank God it wasn't more than
And
14. Jeez,
it-
oh, Pete.
Attempts to reach out and draw its hand through Aribell.
Rude. Really bad.
But it misjudges the distance and swings short.
That was
That's
pretty
good. Right?
Let's see. And Zori's across the room, so I can't touch her.
Yep, so is Athgarr. Speaking of which, back to the top of the round.
What does he do?
He's going to step forward and attack. And if I remember my critical roll correctly, because he is opposite Aribell on the other side of this creature, he gets advantage, right?
Yes, he is flanking.
Well, he definitely hits. He swings, he draws that ornate sword and slashes through the creature, causing sparks to fly as he does so. And it seems to shudder. And it looks a little less substantial even than it did before. And that's it for him. So, Aribell.
Okay. So now I'm flanking as well?
Yep.
Good. 13.
13 barely hits.
Okay.
13 is its armor class.
Then same roll, hit twice. Oof. Low with advantage, 13. Oh. I'll take it. All right. So both will hit for a total of 15 points.
All right. You swing your blade through its form twice. You see sparks, and it now looks distinctly dim.
Okay.
Tasha.
Sorry. $23 to hit,
That will hit.
and 11 points of damage.
You bring your blade through its dim form, and once again, sparks erupt, and it fades out of existence.
Did it have did it have like a form, or did it look like a person? Was it just a...
It was a roughly bipedal shape.
Roughly bipedal shape. Attacks.
Do you... And I look at Aribell and I say, can you heal her?
Yeah, as soon as I can get. Oh, is it gone? Okay.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah, yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
We killed it.
I just couldn't get to her without.
Yeah.
Well, but yes, I will go heal her.
I feel so stupid
Why do you feel stupid?
because I should know better than to try magic, but
You really didn't have a lot of options.
well, I have a crossbow.
Is it just the 14 or more?
No, it's 14.
I will lay on hands. I think I've got enough for that.
Then that's all 14 back?
Yep.
I need to not keep getting big.
Grasp my holy symbol with one hand and touch you with the other.
Is that a spell?
Nope. Lay on hands.
Touch it, touch it, touch it, touch her.
Right.
She wants to be healed.
Nice.
Oh boy.
I dig it. I dig it.
Feel better?
All right. Athgarr
you-
says, can we read the scroll now?
Probably.
It's worth a shot.
Hand it to him.
Out loud or in my
Sure.
head?
You
All
can
right.
read it out loud. We already summoned the thing.
Right. And sent it away.
Watch Nikki's face.
What's the worst that can happen?
Yikes.
Aribell doesn't say that. That was Pam.
Right.
Yikes.
I should read it quickly. This spell's not going to last much longer.
Oh.
It says, over time and after time, through field and forest, his will be felt and fells all who walk the plains. On your heads be it, those who doubt his power. Honor him with deeds unknown, or find his impact around all doors. Kin and kith alike will never escape. And immediately, he winces and grabs his head, dropping the scroll.
Ooh. Are you okay?
Ow! Well, that was unpleasant.
Take psychic damage or something?
It hurt in my head.
I'll put my hand on him, the other on my holy symbol.
He took 2 points of damage.
Okay, I'll heal it back.
I frickin' rolled 2 1s. Jeez.
Well, we're grateful, and so is Athgarr.
Oh, that's better.
All right. Keen Mind Girl. You remembered
Got all.
all of it. I will. Why don't you copy and paste that to me, Facebook style? Not you, him.
Oh.
She remembered it.
I remembered it. I remember all of it.
Well, so I'll Facebook message it to her.
Ooh.
Did it disappear from the scroll?
Nope.
Oh, but we can't read it.
No.
Should we take the scroll?
I would. So I grabbed it. Is there anything else up on the altar?
The candle in the candelabra.
Is it still shifting now that the scroll isn't there?
Yes. All the behavior you observed, the altar and the things on it, are still happening.
I want to cast Detect Magic again. I want to look at that statue when we get back in there, but I'll look at. I'm assuming the altar's going to glow, but it'll last for 10 minutes, so I can look in the other room too. Let's see what happens
That's
to
it.
me. Are you rolling, or do I need to?
I'm rolling.
What are you rolling? Oh, you mean like because she cast? Yeah.
The magic.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And as you cast the spell, you feel energy suddenly coursing through you, and 3 bolts of lightning leap from you, striking Zorith, Tasha, and Athgarr for 20
Oh.
points of lightning damage each.
They get a save? There's no saving throw for half?
Nope.
Oh.
It doesn't
Fuck.
say there is.
So each of us got 20 points of damage?
Yes.
Son of a.
What time is it now?
We gotta take a short rest.
Yeah, we do.
It is probably 4:30 going on 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Do we rest in this place? Or do we go up in the wild woods and rest? with our little shrub friends slightly protecting us.
I think we should go upstairs to the forest.
Well, we want to travel back 45 minutes to take an hour rest and then come back for 40, you know what I mean?
Oh, I guess it has been 45 minutes. Ugh, I just don't know where do
Well,
we...
it's just a short rest. We're not going to sleep, so
It should be okay.
we could go back to that library.
Yes, let's do that.
Or the bedroom.
No, the library.
Okay.
Well, either one.
I mean, or we just hide in this corner here. I mean, there's nothing in here. I don't want to look at that creepy statue, but
Yeah, what exactly was it the statue that did the lightning damage?
No.
I cast
No, it was
Detect
wild
magic.
magic.
Oh, son of a... Yikes.
Did the spell go off?
Yeah.
All right. So I presume the candle and the candelabra are magic.
The entire altar is magical.
Okay.
Everything on it is magical.
And then if I look out, is there anything on the statue?
You would have to move because the range on that is 60 feet, so you'd have to get closer.
That's fine. It only lasts for 10 minutes, so I want to do that before we rest.
Okay.
Since I went to all the trouble of trying to kill my friends.
So you move up here, and you take a look, and absolutely, the statue is magical.
Okay.
Make a perception check.
22.
You think you sense something else. You're not entirely sure, so you move over here, and your detect magic actually picks up there is something emanating from the statue down the corridor it's looking down.
Okay.
Could be
What about
a...
the water?
The water doesn't appear to be magical.
Okay.
And as you look at it and study it, you can sense that it's some sort of evocation magic. But beyond that, you can't really tell.
Okay. I tell the others that.
Where would we like to rest then?
Athgarr says, bedroom?
Sure.
It's a room designed to rest in.
Right.
It's also the closest room, so.
Okay. Well, let's do
It
that.
doesn't have creepy evil altar in it.
Yay.
All right. So you head back up to the bedroom. Aribell, could you give me another perception check?
Sure. I'd be happy to. 23.
Oh, much better.
23. As you walk back into the bedroom, your attention is pulled off to the right toward the bed as you get a sense that something magical is that direction.
Okay. I'll keep walking towards it.
Okay, well, it doesn't take long. I mean, it's, just inside the room. And you're standing at the edge of the collapsed bed, and you're getting a sense of something magical somewhere in there somewhere.
Tasha, can you help me look? There's something magical
pinging from the bed or around it.
Okay.
And I'll show her where I'm getting it and let her look.
Investigation, please. And you do have
19.
advantage, so go ahead and roll again,
Oh, hey.
because Aribell is helping you.
Oh, okay. 25.
25. You poke and prod a little bit, and it, puffs up a little bit more mold, but you quickly see something that doesn't match the rest of the bed. It looks wooden, but it's black, and it looks almost like what's the word I'm looking for?
A few bars.
An effigy?
No. It looks like if you had a living branch and it became emaciated and black. That's what this thing you're looking at looks like, and it's fairly long.
That's what she said.
Like a staff?
Like withered?
Withered. Emaciated, yes.
That's the word he was looking for. You win the prize.
Yep.
Thanks. But a staff, though, or just a stick?
Don't know. Do you want to reach in and pull it out?
Yes.
All right. You dislodge a little bit more of the remains of the bed, but you pull out what appears to be a roughly 6 foot long, withered, blackened piece of wood. And Aribell, that's the source.
Is it like a quarter staff type size?
I say, beef?
Yeah, I just don't know if it's good magic or evil magic.
I'm gonna go with evil.
Well, nobody has identify, right? Well, we don't want to cast it anyway. Who knows what'll happen.
No. I don't want to say I'm anti-magic right now, but I'm pretty anti-magic right now.
Alright.
Well, it would be, I believe, Tasha or Athgarr, so. Athgarr doesn't have it prepared, so.
Okay.
If you have it, it's a first level spell.
Identify, is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
No. I do not.
Alright.
All right.
Take a short rest.
Yes. Night.
Short rests mean
Oh yeah. Is that what? 2 hours?
An hour.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I'm going to do 3 hit die. So 3d6, right?
Athgarr begins singing softly,
Oh.
and anybody spending hit die gets to roll an additional d6.
Nice. We'll take 3d6.
No, 1d6, an additional 1d6.
No, I was saying I will take
Oh, okay.
3d, and then I will undo one of my dots that I have used. Horrible. 11.
Alright. I need to roll for Athgarr.
Song of Rest.
And a d6.
How do? You just roll a hit die?
You If you click on your sheet in D&D Beyond, up at the top, it says short rest.
Mm-hmm.
And it will tell you, how many hit die you have. You can use one or all of them. And they reset after a long rest.
Right. Oh, okay, so
if you want to just roll one, you can. If you want to roll more than one, you can.
okay.
Up to a
And you're going to get to add a die 6.
Yep,
Yeah,
and
so-
add an additional d6.
Yeah.
Okay. Oops. I don't know what I just did, but okay.
Mm. Crud puppies. Gonna lie, this is not looking good. If you accidentally try to hit something with a bigger spell and whatnot, and three lightning bolts come and hit all your people. Shoot.
It's bad juju.
No like it. Me no like
Other beard is looking a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Well, I feel better. Not completely healed, but close.
Right, that's where I'm at also.
Yep, same here.
All right, I can though, because we've had a short rest, I can use the healer's kit again.
I'm okay for now.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Save it for when we really need it, I think.
Yeah.
How much are you down?
5.
4.
Okay.
It's fine.
Just
Zori?
still a little sore,
I'm down 5. We're fine.
Yeah, we're okay.
Don't want you to be sorry you don't have your 5.
I know.
Use another hit die. All right.
I could.
Oh, we
I
have
just-
creepy quarterstaff.
Yep, so then we have a withered blackened piece of wood / quarterstaff. Right. It's written down.
All right.
So-
Athgar's going to use one more hit die, so
Yeah, you think I should too?
now I'm down 1.
Now you're down 1 or you were?
I was down 5. Now I'm down 1.
Now I'm down 0.
I'm fine.
Could make a difference.
It can. Okay.
All right.
Alright.
So what would you like to do now?
We gotta deal with this creepy statue.
Yeah.
Well, we also... Okay, so do we want to do that or do we want to go into the very bottom thing first before we deal with the thing on the
Bottom
he's
thing.
looking at.
Well, we don't know what he's looking at, right? And that could,
Right.
we could end up coming back around somehow into it.
I do want to know what he's looking at.
Could we crawl down on our hands and knees and then look around the door?
How is that going to help, sweetie?
Because potentially stay out of its gaze. If you're like, here's the door and here's like your head like right here. Hey, what up?
So do you want to look down the corridor?
We haven't decided where we're going yet, right?
Right.
No.
No, we have not.
Is there so the bed collapsed? Are the bed linens, do they fall apart?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Basically, this has just been sitting here getting old for quite some time, and it just
Fell apart.
was almost ready to fall apart. And you jostled it, and it went, oh, yep, here we go. Poof.
Okay. But the blankets, there's no
Today's the day!
structural integrity left.
No. I mean, it's the same as it was with the raiments of the skeletons. You pick
Yeah.
it up, and unless you are the most gentle you can possibly be, it comes apart in your hands as you're
Okay.
moving it.
All right. All right. So the statue is 18 feet tall,
Yes.
Okay, 18 foot.
and so that corridor is double height then as well.
Yes.
See, it could be looking at something to keep it in there.
It's a point. It's a fair point.
Well, bottom or where it's looking.
I want to.
Do you think we can move the statue so it's facing a different way?
No, I think it's too big.
Oh yeah, I guess 18 foot tall. Duh. Sorry.
You do know that the whatever the statue is standing on is beneath the surface of the water.
Hmm.
What it's staring at is in the water?
No, what it's standing on.
Oh.
What it's mounted on, because you can see that the water actually comes up to about the ankles of the
Mhm.
statue.
I do not want to go in the water. I'm just going to say that.
Everything I want to do requires a spell.
I know, right? Everything.
Well, we could always hide around a corner.
Mm.
We do that. Which one? Well, I guess it's not going to be that. How big is the pool?
About 35 by 55.
It's too big for. I could destroy some of the water and see if we could get it lower, but I can get rid of 20 gallons.
But magic.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, if you want to do that, I think Athgar's right. We should hide around the corner so that if there's some kind of bad effect,
Right. I
doesn't
just don't
end up.
know. Does getting rid of that much water? I mean, that's not that much water. Is it going to make a difference?
No, and the thing is that you're not sure how deep the water is.
That is
Right.
true.
I don't know if it would
That
be
is
just
true.
under its feet or something.
Okay. I would like to. I say this. I would like to get down really low and peek around that hallway and see if there's something that we can see down there to see if it's looking at something directly or.
Yep.
All right. Are you going
You
to bring
guys
the
think that's an
lantern over?
okay- What?
Are you going to bring the lantern over?
No, I have. I think I do. Dark vision, 60 feet.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna keep my eyeballs if I can.
All right. So
Is
you
this-
crouch at the edge.
Like right there.
Show me again. Okay,
Right
right at the corner.
here. And then peek my little head over the. Can you guys hear my dog chewing on that stupid bone? That's all I can hear. Gross.
All right. You look down the hallway, letting your vision slip into dark vision.
It's longer than 60 feet.
Yeah. You can tell it continues past what you can see.
I will take my head back and like turn around and say, I'll take the lantern. I'll take the lantern.
All right.
Okay.
And then and then I'm going to take the, like, stay where I am, take the lantern, face it towards the wall that I'm currently looking at, and then just scoot it to the left and look.
Okay.
Because it's 60 feet bright and 120 feet dim, correct?
Yeah, an additional 60 then.
It's a long hallway.
Can you shine the lantern at my field? Or actually, can I see the lantern?
Yes, and I come back up and
wanna Shine it right at the face of the statue.
I was just thinking that, yeah. Are you gonna get in front of it, or are you kind of where I'm at?
Well,
I mean, because it'll be up.
she's been over here.
Right. So I'm going to come around because I had to come around to give her the lantern. So I'm
Right.
there.
Right.
So just shine it from
Straight into it. Yeah. I want to go up with it because it's 60 feet and it's only 18 feet tall. So
Right.
right in its
I wanna
eyebrows.
whatever it's staring at or.
Well, shining the lantern on the face of the statue brings the horror into sharp relief. It is an ugly, ugly statue.
I mean,
But
somebody loved
apart
it.
from that,
I get up off the floor and I tell them that it's at least 120 feet and I can't see anything.
I want to hit the statue with the staff.
Oh, with that black staff?
okay. Make an attack roll. Add in your strength bonus.
I can dig it.
Okay. If it's a quarter staff, it's a martial or simple weapon, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I get my proficiency as well. 8. You miss an 18-foot tall statue.
As you step forward, you realize that the staff is a little slippery. And you, just as you swing, kind of feel it slide a little bit in your grasp, and you quickly grab onto it to make sure you don't lose it, but in the process you miss the statue.
Oh, I was gonna say, oh great, right into the water.
No, she didn't roll a 1.
I know.
I might have. It dodged.
If she had rolled a 1, yeah, I probably would have gone in the water. But
The water's not magical. I'm not worried about the water. Other than how is it not stinky and stuff. Right? It's not stagnant, rotten
No.
water, right?
no, it doesn't have any scent to it at all.
That's interesting in and of itself. I just have a bad feeling about it.
I put the staff down in the water. See how far down it goes.
It goes down about not even a foot.
Oh, okay.
Probably like 10 inches.
I poke the base. Does it seem like it's a solid, like, base?
Yes. It does appear to be standing on a pedestal that's slightly raised from the bottom of the pool.
Okay, I want to poke the pedestal.
Okay. It appears to be made of stone. Feels like stone. As you poke the rest of the floor at the bottom of the water, it doesn't feel any different.
Okay. The thing is ugly.
But ugly.
And we didn't recognize it.
Nope, was modeled after some form of demon or devil.
But we if I roll Arcana, or no, that would be religion.
I think we
Give it a
rolled.
shot.
Somebody rolled history, right?
Yep.
Try religion.
Yeah.
Not that my dice aren't betraying me. They rolled a couple. I can't complain. Oh, 13.
It is clearly evil in origin, whatever the source material was. It doesn't look friendly, but it doesn't ring any bells. Tasha, what'd you roll?
15.
What'd you roll?
15.
15. If you had to guess,
Mm-hmm.
you would guess that this is not devilish, this is demonic.
Lovely.
But apart from that, you can't really tell anything else.
All right. Should we go down this hall?
Yes.
Or the south one first.
Oh, yeah, we could do that. Sorry, we talked about that before, going down there first.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go back up and around, though. I don't want to go
Cross
in
in
front
front of the. Don't
Of course, I
cross
just
screens.
hit it. I'm worried about.
Right.
All right. Come on, roll 20. Catch up with me. There we go. All right.
What the hell is that?
Well,
What
that's
the
where
hell
we
is what?
were. Now we're.
Oops. Dang it. Hold on.
Okay.
All right.
Oh,
You see that the corridor continues out of this room for probably 50 feet and then turns to the left.
I mean, we're gonna follow it. I mean, we don't want anything unknown coming around while we go down the definite unknown corridor.
All right. You look around the corner. Let's see. We'll use this one this time. you see that it opens up into another room.
Okay.
Do you enter?
Go in.
Okay.
Yep.
Just wanted to know how much to go ahead and reveal.
Yep. Step in and
Take the light from left to right, I guess.
This chamber also seems to have the remains of furniture, like the earlier room you went through.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow the remains here seem even in worse shape than what you've encountered before. There are also small mounds beneath the dust, and along the right-hand wall as you enter, there is a lengthier mound, like an oblong mound. But otherwise, there doesn't appear to be anything else in here.
is the oblong mound like person length?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Seems, if that's what's left of a person, they would have been an exceptionally tall person.
Oh, okay. And that little jut out, is that another hallway or that's like...
That's another hallway.
Okay.
And you think there may be another chamber beyond there. But from the entrance to this room, you can't really tell.
Go check that then, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. As you walk up to the entrance, let's see.
The thing in the big mound comes alive.
It's a shambling mound. No.
No.
The light does show you a much larger chamber beyond.
I see that. What kind of furniture is in here? You said there's furniture, but
It again looks like the remains of desks and tables and chairs.
it's like a little anteroom.
Yeah.
Not like a bedroom or anything, just.
All right. Go in
But-
the bigger room.
There is still that big mound.
Not in the new room right now.
No, in the old room.
Right.
We'll check that next. All
And
right, go in the big...
hold up, because OBS disconnected again.
Oh no.
Somebody's gonna get fired.
Yeah. All right. It has reconnected. This is such a pain in the ass.
Sorry.
What's going on?
I don't know.
So should we poke the mound now or go in the big room first?
I poke it with my sword.
Okay. There's some resistance in the mound. But with your sword, you can't really tell
Why?
anything else.
Poke it with the... I'll reach down and touch it.
Ah.
Well, it's covered in dust,
Okay.
so
Brush off some of the dust.
all right. Where along the? It's close to 7 feet long.
And it's along the entrance?
It's along this wall, lying parallel to the wall.
Okay. I will go to the end that's closest to the new room that we haven't been in yet
Okay. All right.
and start brushing it off.
All right. You quickly uncover a skull.
Ugh.
Make a perception check.
Her or all of us?
Just her.
Oh, we're all standing around watching her, so.
Right.
Right?
Natural 20, 26.
Your eyes are immediately drawn to the mouth on the skull.
Mm.
The teeth are fanged.
Yep.
Oh, that's not good.
Like
Oh,
fanged like a vampire, or just they're all fangy?
No, there are two
They're all
fangs
sharp and
on each
pointy.
jaw. There are two fangs on the lower jaw and two fangs on the upper jaw.
Ooh.
I share this.
And the skull seems oddly proportioned. It does not look
Human.
like the skull of any of the sentient races you're familiar with.
I rolled a history check of dirty 20, 18 plus 2.
You don't know what this is.
Does it
That's
look
like
like
it.
the statue's head?
No.
Mm.
That's creepy.
Yeah. It
We-
is.
Do we smash the head into smithereens? Do we take it off its body? Do we...
We should do something.
Yeah.
So, Jeff, I know about turning undead and all of that stuff. I've studied that.
Mm-hmm.
What would I think is the best thing to do to this body?
It, for all its horrific appearance, it appears to just be a dead body.
Okay.
I mean, it's not moving. You get no sense of animation from it in any way.
Okay.
It doesn't move unless you move it.
I think we should just leave it alone.
We should leave it alone. Go check out the other room.
Yep.
All right. So, do you go into the other room and shine the light around?
Yep.
We do.
All right. This is gonna take a minute.
Uh-oh.
A big room.
Oops.
Merlin only likes to watch the episodes with synchronin,
Well, who doesn't?
right? So he's got his head turned to the side. He's like, where is synchron? He's the best. He's my favorite.
Move it over a little bit. This chamber is oddly shaped, rectangular with 4 small cells at each corner.
Oh.
The dust seems especially thick here, as if there used to be more in this room than in other places you've seen.
Hmm.
Again, the remains of tables and chairs are visible toward the center of the space, and around the edges in the cells, different remains of furniture that you've not encountered previously. Different shapes.
Okay. What do these other shapes look like?
Make an investigation check.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at one of them also. Ugh,
24.
9.
If you had to guess, you're looking at the remains of bunk beds.
Okay, like maybe this was a barracks. Or this is where the guards were.
And what did you roll?
Or
24.
24. You're satisfied that you've figured out this particular mystery and you're about to leave when a glint of metal catches your eye.
Ooh.
Almost completely buried under the remains of one of these beds.
I use my sword to kind of figure out what the metal is.
It looks to be a slender chain.
Like a necklace?
Or like a manacle?
I pull the chain.
All right. You pull out of the dust
Mm-hmm.
a silver chain that turns out to be a necklace, and at the end of it, there is a pendant hanging from it.
What's on the
I don't-
pendant?
Got an odd shape to it. The pendant appears to be like I don't know, the best way to describe it would be a 3-dimensional asterisk. But none of the spokes coming from the center of this thing are the same length, giving it kind of like a haphazard, almost warped look to it.
It's weird.
Did she show it to us?
Yeah.
Is
I
it
showed-
a holy symbol of any kind?
You don't know.
Anna 21.
Ugh. I rolled a 17 in religion.
19 on religion.
It
21
doesn't.
Arcana?
It doesn't match anything that you've studied either in the arcane or in the realm of the gods.
Ooh.
Athgarr?
I'm not as learned in these things as you, but I'll certainly.
Well, I
look.
wondered about history for him, maybe.
Oof. Well, he got a 26. And he looks and he says, I've never seen anything quite like this.
Okay.
Jesus.
Add it to our collection of things.
Right.
I can tell you it appears to be made of steel.
Okay. We had bronze, swords, steel, jewelry.
I don't think I've ever seen jewelry made of steel.
Yeah, I don't know that it's jewelry.
Might be a key.
Ooh. Well, it's very strange. You do see that there are hallways There's a hallway that continues across the room and a hallway to the right.
You said it like had spokes of different lengths?
Yeah.
What's the center look like?
It's just a round point where all of these...
So the center is like a ring?
It's a circle,
Yeah.
like a full circle.
And then
Like a
there's things
sphere
coming off
or-
of it?
Yeah, it's a sphere.
Can you
What
push-
about, do we have any of that stuff? Did he copy over from the book? Did he copy any of the words down from the book, right? But it was
Yes.
gibberish.
Yes.
You have that?
If somebody brought it,
I'm
Who
sure
brought
we-
it?
Yeah.
or if
Does
it's,
it, like-
it could still be laying on the table.
Well, we left the books. I don't think we would have left.
The paper.
No.
We wouldn't have left the paper.
No,
I just
Okay.
wondered, like, does the ring like fit a letter and then like things around it? Because it's different lengths.
Like a
Is it-
cipher.
Does the ring fit with the pendant?
What ring?
Oh, I'm
This
sorry.
is this is the pendant, but it's got a circle in the middle. I'm like wondering if you
It's
put
got
that on.
it's got a sphere in the middle. It's a solid sphere.
Oh, it's solid. Okay.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
like I said, this is like a 3-dimensional asterisk.
Can you
Oh.
push?
Spokes are coming off the center sphere in all
Oh,
directions.
okay. I misunderstood.
And
I thought
none
it
of
was
them
like
are
a
the same
ring.
length.
Uh,
Can you
Things.
push the spheres into it to make it like a puzzle ball to make it all the same length around?
They don't move.
Okay.
I mean,
figure
they'll
it out.
bend if you push
Nope.
hard enough.
No, I don't
It's
want to
made
bend them.
of-
Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought it was like flat. I was
Oh,
like,
no,
Ooh, is
no.
it like a thing that tells you like pick these letters?
That is very
Right.
smart, young lady.
Yep. Good thought, but no.
Hmm.
um,
Yeah, that's very cool.
Ooh.
Well, we'll take it with us.
Okay, let's go back and look at the statue, I guess. Figure out what. But can we figure out what the statue is staring at?
Well, as I said, there are 2 hallways leading out of this room as well.
Yeah.
We gotta check these first.
There's a
Okay.
hallway that continues across the room,
East.
and there's an opening in the wall to the right as you came in.
Should we go straight across first or south first?
South
Make a
first?
perception check.
Oh.
$14. My passive's way higher.
I know, right?
Straight across appears to be another hallway. To the right, looks like it opens into another chamber.
Let's check the chamber first, because that's
I agree.
Mother puss bucket.
Another
Is it a
prospect?
save point?
No, we just lost the stream again.
I think it's charter.
But the
Mhm.
zoom's not dropping.
Right.
True.
So I don't think it's charter.
No.
We've had our troubles with charter, but this is not one of those times.
Right. And now we're back. Okay. So, which direction do you wish to go?
Left.
The room, right?
The room.
The chamber.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Right. As you walk to the edge of what you can see and look in, this room contains a few remnants of life from before whatever this complex is fell into disuse. The metal frame of what appears to be a four-postered canopy bed sits against the far wall. Its drapery clearly long since rotted away. To the left of the entrance, a metal frame is set into a stand on the floor. Inside the frame is what appears to be a dusty mirror. Its surface also pockmarked with bits of mold. There doesn't seem to be anything else easily identifiable apart from the same piles you've seen in other rooms.
Interesting. Yeah, let's not. I don't know. Do you think we should check this bed for hidden secrets?
Well, this is just...
Oh, it's just
This is just the frame.
The frame. Got it. Sorry.
There's nothing left with the frame.
You can certainly investigate it if you wish.
Yes. 23.
All right. This is polished, worked steel, and there's intricate whorls and diadems inscribed across its entire surface.
Now, question: with all of this steel and stuff, would these things be considered super expensive?
Who knows? I mean, like right now?
No, I'm saying knowing like the way that things are cost and stuff like that. Is this steel look to be
Well made.
Well, no, not well made. Okay, so like that if things were made with brass or whatever, like what is like steel axes? There's different kinds of material. Steel to me seems like super fancy, but that may not be it in D&D. I don't know.
Make an intelligence check, Zorith.
Ooh,
Just a straight int check.
Yeah, that's not horrible. I got a 15 plus int is 2, 17.
The make of this seems almost utilitarian, but the inscription is unique. You've never seen anything quite like it. It still seems to be sturdy. When you push it a little bit, it doesn't really give much, so it still seems to be intact. As a bed frame, probably middling value, but the fact that this is clearly
Worked.
over a century old
Right.
means that it's an antique,
Okay.
which would raise its value significantly.
I'm not necessarily saying for value. I'm trying to judge the not income of the person who stayed here, but like
Well,
so I think I got what we're saying.
you know that Tasha looked at the rest of the room and all of the bunks were wood.
Right.
This bed is steel.
Right. Okay, that's what I thought.
So,
And there's the mirror as well. You haven't found a mirror anywhere else in this complex.
So if that was barracks, then this might be the captain of the guard.
Right.
Maybe.
yeah. So it was somewhat important.
Or if it's some kind of temple, then those are the acolyte things, and then this is the
Priest.
priest or something. I mean, we don't know exactly what the... All right.
All right, so that's the bed. Yeah, the only other thing obvious in this room is the mirror. So
I don't think we should look in the mirror.
Nope.
guys have seen too many horror movies.
Uh-huh.
Been in too many D&D dungeons.
Well,
Athgarr wanders over and starts dusting off the mirror.
Oh, you dirty weasel.
I get sucked into it.
It was nice not knowing
And
that guy.
he pulls a dagger out and starts scraping at some of the mold.
There's mold on the...
There's a
Here?
few mold spots.
Okay.
And he looks and says, well, it's pretty.
Mm. And then he disappears. Yes.
It's pretty.
Okay.
Pointed towards the bed. Can you see anything through the mirror on the bed?
All right, he grabs it and turns it a little bit so he can see the bed. Looks exactly the same.
All right. Well, maybe there's nothing crazy about the mirror.
Maybe.
Is there anything else in this room? There's
dust-covered mounds on the floor.
I poke at the mounds on the floor.
You pretty much figure out it's books, or what used to be books.
Okay.
I'm curious as to why they would pull all the books out and leave them on the floor. Interesting. Something to think about.
Yep.
So we have one more room to go through, or hallway. Or
we have a
we'll
lot of
wait.
hallways to go through, but
The one that's to the east, or do we want to save it for next time?
a little after 11.
Athgarr moves the mirror back, and as he grabs the mirror, there's a click.
Uh-oh.
And suddenly,
A secret door opens!
the mirror isn't reflecting. It seems to be showing a picture of somewhere else.
Oh, super cool.
What is it? What's the picture?
You see another bed chamber, but this one is free of dust.
Hmm.
Dirty, dirty voyeur.
There's the remains of a large bed. Most of whatever was on it now long gone to dust and decay. You see the remains of a wooden desk and a chair, and a massive steel cabinet against the wall behind the bed. And sitting on the floor near the remains of the desk is a metal bowl, again filled with what looks like mummified fruit.
On the floor?
Yeah. Like it slipped off the desk when the desk collapsed.
Oh. These notes are going to be hard to decipher. Oof, boy.
I walk up to the mirror and touch it.
And it's a hard reflective surface, or a hard steel surface, but
Okay.
Scryy, dirty, dirty.
Oh, it's a scryer.
Well, not like a scrying thing, but just like to look in on someone else. A dirty, dirty voyeur screen.
Like in Harry Potter, when they had the two mirrors, but
That's what you meant by dirty, dirty.
it's probably looking through a mirror in that room.
Yep. Dirty Boyer.
Maybe.
And as you ponder what in the world this is, what in the world is this place,
Mm-hmm.
that's where we're going to stop for the evening.
Okay.
Mm.
I know.
Now,
Interesting.
Yes.
before we stop, let me ask, do you want to, at this point, take a long rest?
Yes.
It's probably 7:30 in the evening.
She can cast.
You want to
Tiny hut.
try and message him again?
No? I mean, well, yes.
No, I don't know. I'd rather have her magic tiny hut
Yeah,
and waste our
that's true.
wild
That's
magic
good.
surge on potentially that.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
Do you want to rest in here, or do you want to go back somewhere else? It's very, very dusty in here.
Well, in the hut it won't be though, right?
Correct.
Right.
And here there's only one door.
Right.
Okay, I try to cast Lehman's tiny hut.
All right.
We'll make space.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll push stuff out of the way and go in the corner.
All right. You cast Layman's tiny hut, and the hut appears around you, and immediately there are 4 Tashas
Oh crap.
that the other 3 of them do what you do. They're just positioned away from you a little bit. Make an Arcana check.
15.
You've seen other people cast this before. This is a mirror image spell.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I didn't know I could do that.
Wild
normally
magic.
You're not able to, but as a wild magic surge, apparently you are.
Weird.
And you know that, they'll wink out eventually,
Yeah.
but they're
Oh.
illusory, so they don't take up any space.
All right. Well, it worked with minimal mess. So let's go rest.
Yeah. Such a
All
good
right.
idea. Whew.
So can we click long rest or should we wait till next week?
Let's wait till next week.
Okay.
Peaches.
Peaches.
Alrighty.
All right. Well, that was good.
All
We
right.
made a lot of progress.
You did. You've uncovered
Yeah.
several mysteries.
There's mysteries on top of mysteries.
Yeah.
We have more questions than answers.
And
Yes.
creepy.
Yes, and creepy things as well. Beings that, to your knowledge, no one you've ever spoken with has ever encountered before.
No.
So,
And a sleepy cat.
yep.
And a
All
sleepy
right.
pan.
So that'll do it for us. Because Mike is still unavailable, I'm going to call an audible for GM chat tomorrow,
Okay.
and it's the holiday week anyway, so
Right.
we'll just go ahead and let that go this week. So yes, it is a holiday week. So those of you who celebrate Yule, happy solstice. Those of you who are celebrating Christmas in a couple days, Merry Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And we will see you,
And happy Kwanzaa.
and happy
Mhm.
Kwanzaa, and we will see you on the other side of a couple of those holidays when we welcome you back to the lands of Aecathan. So, good night and have a happy holiday, everybody.
Night, everybody.